Hello everybody, and welcome to a rainy and relatively cold Montezuma. It is 48 degrees according to my thermometer. It is raining and windy, and I don't know what we're in for. I nearly canceled the tour, not because of weather, but because of a potential vehicle issue. But I'm going to look at the radar right now. If the app will cooperate. Looks like it might be actually the weather that we've got right now might be passing shortly, so we'll see what happens. Assuming I'm reading that weather map correctly. Now you never know. Sometimes I've seen weather radar sometimes showing that nothing, it looks like everything's clear, and yet it would be raining. So, who knows? Just make sure everything's up and running. While we're here. Looks like it is. Now, when I pulled into the parking lot here, I hadn't really been paying close attention to the temperature. I had seen that the forecast was for high temperatures of upper 50s today. And when I pulled in and saw 48 on my thermometer, I was, let's say, surprised. But who knows? It might still warm up. And I'm hoping we can handle the temperatures. I just hope it clears up a bit. As I drove in, I did see, see a number of... Hold on, what's that on the ground? Looks like a song sparrow. So now, song sparrow, red-winged blackbird, common grackle, pigeons, turkey vulture, and I think that's about it. Oh, American robin to our right. Sorry, Robin. And I have a feeling maybe the sign is still there to keep moving. If you've been with us the last few weeks, they've wanted all vehicles to keep moving through this area because there were nesting great horned owls. We did have a decent look at the nest 1 week, and then it was after that the instructions were, keep moving. So we haven't had a good look since. And the young have, I believe, both fledged, and we've seen one of them a couple weeks ago. We saw one of them out of the nest. And now it's just a matter of hoping maybe we catch a glimpse of one as I drive through. You're allowed to drive slowly, but again, they want you to keep moving, so we're going to do that. for my own bird watching. It's been a relatively quiet week. I didn't see anything. Oh, well, no, I won't say it. Well, it's not a great surprise. I think I'm just disappointed in myself, maybe, potentially. I don't know. I didn't say anything. Was it last week? I can't remember if it was last week or not. No, you know what? Actually, well, I'll tell you. On, I believe it was Monday, Memorial Day. Either that or else it may have been Sunday, the Sunday before. I can't remember which. But I noticed something that I felt was unexpected. Now, I think I just saw yellow warbler. Yes, yellow warbler, and it flew to our right. Something unexpected for me, you know, in my neck of the woods, because I had only seen them in the past in my area in late August, early September. And it were common nighthawks. And so I've been seeing them lately, and I just don't know if I've just missed them for years and years since I started watching birds, or if something else has changed. I see over to our right. Oh, I think I see a couple different species of duck. I see a mallard. And I think or maybe two, and I might be seeing also a, oh, who's that? Probably a muskrat or something there. Two. Unless they're not beavers, are they? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if those were beavers or muskrats. Anyway, over here, a couple mallards, but I thought I might have seen an American black duck as well. I just heard a red-winged blackbird. But I don't see that other duck now. Because of whatever, the beavers or muskrats. Anyway, it was unexpected as far as I'm concerned. You know, like I said, I've only seen the common nighthawks in mid to late August, and then into September, a couple weeks, and so for me to see them was a very pleasant surprise, and I ended up, I have recorded some footage, and, some of my, great blue heron just flew that way. Sorry. I have to I'm kind of keeping the windows closed just because of the rain. But if it eases up, we'll be able to open things up again. But anyway, I had some of my better looks that I've ever had. And are they, beautiful and sharp? No. But at least I have recorded some. I just haven't had a chance to really go through what I have recorded and maybe process some of that video if it proves worthwhile. I don't know. This is, often just a good time of year to record things. I tend to see things I might not often see, and I don't necessarily mean species, but maybe you see see their young, or you see nesting, or you see, you know, there's a lot to see in the you know, mid to early spring, or early to really mid to late spring. You know, so I've been recording this and recording that, and you know, sometimes we come away from a tour with things that I'd like to process and share more fully, and sometimes you know, if I have a chance and I can take a walk in the evening, for instance, there might be things I record on my own, and sometimes you know, I'm like, boy, I've got to deal with this and that and this footage and that footage, and you know, process it. And sometimes it's almost like, oh, you have too much to you know, process. It's a good problem to have. Fact is, I you know, I enjoy it. And you know, sometimes there's this video editing product I have, and I've had it for years, but for one reason or another, I haven't been able to really fully implement it. And finally, I've figured out how to use it. Not so much the product. Just heard a swamp sparrow. Not so much the product itself, but it's not a standalone product. It has to work with a video editor, and it doesn't work with my video editor. So I had to use a different video editor. And I was also trying on yet a different video editor, but that different video editor, for some reason, doesn't work on my computer. Just won't work. Try to install it, try to run it, and it tells you something is missing. I feel like telling it, well, okay, you know what's missing. Go ahead, go get it. But anyway, I'm finally able to use it comfortably. That other video editor, which is you know, a free video editor. The other, well, actually, you can get the other one free as well. No sign of any sandhill cranes that I can see. I'm really hoping that, I mean, the rain has eased up a bit. I hope it completely stops, not just to keep, you know, water off the camera lenses and things like that, but also so that we have you know, I don't want to have any rain in the air through which we are trying to see. Just makes things inconvenient. It's a grateful heron. And you're hearing red-winged blackbirds. I'm going to set you down. I want to look a little bit more carefully here. I did go in the visitor center today, and speaking with the gentlemen in there, they seemed to think that things were kind of quiet today in terms of birds. but there is, supposedly there's something I want to see, and I'm not going to make any promises, so, but hopefully we'll be able to see it. I don't know if we'll see them well. And I'm sure the main pool has drained further. I'm hearing a chip note of a song sparrow. I see a Canada goose, actually a couple of them over to our right. I can't tell if they have any young with them. They're in the grasses. And you can see things have drained further, well, maybe a little bit further, but you can see also, though, things are greening up. So grasses or whatever are growing. Oh, I see some more Canada geese right here, and goslings. I think I just heard a common gallinule, but I may be wrong. Just heard a song sparrow. Got some water on the lens. I'm gonna blow it off. One moment. I use those blowers all the time. I mean, they're great for camera lenses, but they're also good for other stuff. There have been fewer shorebird reports, so maybe the shorebirds that were here have moved on. I don't know. Either that or no one's bothering to report them any longer. It's muddy there. It's probably not easy going. Mallard just landed there. So I saw that turkey vulture when I was driving in, but I have not seen any raptors otherwise. Not yet, anyway. I imagine they're around. Let me set you down. One of the, I don't know if you realize, but we had a real problem last week with, I see some tree swallows to our right, with heat shimmer. And, I mean, the conditions weren't all that sunny, but the heat shimmer, for whatever reason, was just, not the worst we've ever seen, but it was bad. And, you know, when we were trying to look at the two American white pelicans that were here last week, you know, we didn't get the kind of views that I was hoping for. And since they were just, you know, kind of sitting there and preening, and they didn't really do anything else between that and you know, the heat shimmer. I'm not excited to put up any video or anything, you know. So, like, that was something that I won't bother with. And also, when we were trying to look at some of those shorebirds that were, you know, quite distant, it was very difficult to see them through the heat shimmer. Things have really dried up. You can see, if anything, over the last couple of years, the water levels have been, I would say, relatively high. And now that things have been drained, obviously things are have been quite reduced. I'm going to tell you what I was hoping to see. I'm not sure if it's going to happen or not. Oh, yep, there they are. But we won't see them well. You can see we've got the swans there, and they and hold on a second. What is that? Looks like a great blue heron. Is it? Yeah, I would say. Anyway, the report was that the mute swans have their cygnets, and I'm not sure if we'll be able to see them well. I'd love to see them a lot better than that. Now, mute swans, you know, they're not native to this part of the world. And, you know, I realize that. I don't know if they cause much damage other than the fact that they're very territorial and they can be unfriendly. But setting all that aside, I still want to see the cygnets, you know. Obviously, things have changed quite a bit. You know, there's a lot less water here now. And, you know, no water, no fish, no herons. I'm sure they're elsewhere. It still might be good. There's a heron. It still might be good territory for, you know, things like shorebird, but they may have moved on. So, great blue heron right there. Oh, just heard a killdeer, a type of shorebird. And I've got water on the lens. Let me blow it off. Is that a black tern? It is. And we may have, you know, I think we've got some other herons out there. But things are quiet here. Now, it's my understanding that, and maybe Dolph told me this, I think I think so, that, you know, this will all be allowed to refill in time for fall migration. We'll see. I hope so. But the thing is, you know, and I don't know, you know, I'm not sure how it's going to work. They can allow it to refill, sure, but in terms of water, sure, the water will be there, but will there be the food that some of the ducks need, for instance? I don't know. Here comes that black tern. Oh, I did see purple martins also on the way in at their at the birdhouse. Oh! Hold on. I'd love to see a black tern perched. I see one, V1 maybe, but it's right there. I'd love to see it perched somewhere and have a good look. I don't know if it'll perch or not. Maybe not. We'll get to it. I can't give you a good view from here. Is there still water on the lens? Yes, there is. I saw somebody, a shorebird of some sort, I believe, over here somewhere. That's a plover. I think. Okay, let's see if we can maybe take a few looks. Oh, wait a second. What's going on over there? Oh. Well, first of all, we've got a couple things. We've got a great egret now next to the great blue heron on this tree, and we've got a number of I wish this vehicle would move. We've got a number of black terns here. All right. Give me a minute. I need to... I'd love to have a better look at the terns. Let's stop right here, I think. See, I think I have a problem with the vehicle. It's not supposed to do that, what it's doing right now. Oops, come on. Oh, the egret took off. I don't know where it is. And are the black terns moving on already? They might be. Oh, this is backwards, no wonder. heard one of the... Yeah, they're moving on already. Oh well. We're going to move on too. I'm not going to bother to set this thing up. Well, you know, I will. Just in case they come back. This takes too long. There is another great blue heron already on at ground level. Just spotted it. Adjust the car 1 second. Oh, and I see in the distance, I see a bald eagle in a tree. So let's get out of the way. Great blue heron that was in the tree just took off. There's still one here. Like I said, I'd love to have one of these black terns perch, just so we could have a good look at it. They're hard to stay with this when they're this close to us. Hold on a second. Just stay here. The egret is there. Egret has taken off. Don't worry, I won't be on them too much longer. My hope is that one of these black terns will perch for a moment, as I said, just so we can maybe have just a close look for a change. Actually, ideally, one would perch here, but I don't know if I'm going to do that. Alright, we're going to move on, I think. Recording anyway. And as I said, there's a bald eagle up here. Now, as for those plovers, I'm not sure if they were what they were or where they are now. That was a while ago. I don't know where they are. A couple great blue herons flying around here. Look at me, I am special. Hearing a killdeer right now also. Just heard a swamp sparrow. And this one also was walking around a bit with its head, looking up. But it's no longer doing that, just like this one is no longer doing that. We're going to move on. Just heard, and I see a common grackle. Just heard a song sparrow. Still hearing a killdeer. Canada geese over here. Song sparrow. Song sparrow again. Chip note this time. I'm not sure. Just a quick look at this bald eagle. You know, let's see if we can get a better look. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, oops. Just a quick look and then we're going to move on. Looks a little bit wet, and it's just preening up there. Actually a nice clear view, really no heat shimmer to deal with right now for a change. Well, at least not much. Alright, we're going to move on. Oh, just heard a common yellowthroat. Weekity, 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 weekity. That's the yellowthroat. Swamp sparrow. Oh, up ahead there's a great blue heron. It's heading down in. Now we're going to take our time here like we did last week. You never know, we might see something. Hold on. We may have to end the tour early because I'm concerned about my vehicle. Making some noise that it doesn't usually make. Okay, there's a marsh wren just heard. And another call. Is that an egg? Looks like it to me. Seems to be a pretty decent size. Hold on a second. Okay, never mind. Last week in this stretch we were lucky enough to see a least bittern, and that's the sort of thing I'm on the lookout for now. A least bittern, or maybe an American bittern, or possibly you know, a Virginia rail or a Sora, or you know, these are species we've seen over the last few weeks, and it's their type of habitat. And there's a very good chance we won't see anybody. Never know. You're hearing marsh wrens. I think that's an American bittern. Just flew over there. It looked to be the right size and everything, so I think it was. I don't see it now. It was on the other side of the channel, and my guess is it landed over there. So, I mean, we've seen an American bittern now. I'm pretty sure of that one, but I would like a better look than that. These grasses are a lot thicker here, so it's that much more difficult to see anything. It's still worth a look, though. We're hearing some sounds. I'm not sure if they're red-winged blackbirds. They might be. Somewhere down below the tops of the grasses. That's my guess. to my ears, and I may be wrong and everything, but to my ears, some of the red-winged blackbird vocalizations can sound like black terns. Not, the male's song or anything like that. Maybe it's the females, I'm not sure. Still hearing the marsh winds. Well, maybe we're not going to see any of the birds that like to hide in those grasses. Not today. Not there anyway. Barn swallow, I think. So they wait till we get closer, then they start to cross. Gotta love the geese. Uh-oh, that one looks like it's limping a bit. Good luck. Good luck. Monkeys right here. Not likely with babies, but I don't see any. From here, the Benning Marsh looks pretty quiet, as it has been for weeks. There's a great blue heron there. So I think we'll pay most of our attention on this side. Just heard a common yellowthroat. Common gallinule. We'll move on. got a fan that's running in this vehicle. I don't know why it's running. Even when I shut off the engine, it runs. And then when I went inside the visitor center, it was running when I went in. When I came back out, it was off. And you might say, oh, well, it's the engine just trying to cool. Well, it's 48 degrees, and my indicators on the dash don't show anything being hot or anything. So I'm concerned. It's never done this before. So, we're driving through slowly here. Again, just to hopefully, maybe if there's a bittern around, maybe we'd see it. Maybe. And I see one. or walk away. It's right down here. Oops, sorry. It started to walk away. Oh, there's a car right behind me. Why would you stop right behind me? I can't back up now because of that other vehicle. Well, maybe I can. Hold on. Now this person moves. I don't see it now. Let me that was we just heard a red-winged blackbird as it flew by. But I believe a bittern is still, an American bittern is still in this area. Do I see it now? Nope, that's not it. But I without any doubt saw it. And it seemed to seemed like it wanted to start walking towards our left, and wait a minute, is that it? No. And now I don't see it. It's just in. It's just in such thick vegetation, I just can't see it. I don't see it anywhere. I was able to see both its, I saw its head, I saw its eyes, and if you remember, and I don't know if it's the same one, but a couple weeks ago when we saw a couple of them, one of them had just some white feathers showing, and this one did as well. But I don't see it now. I'm going to back up just a bit again, and we'll have another look. Just in case I missed it, or it moved, or something, so that maybe it might possibly be in view. Okay, I don't think we're going to see it. Yes, I get it. I get it. Get it. Well, okay, never mind. We're not going to see it. I really do love watching American bitterns and least bitterns. Maybe some of that is attributable to the fact that they are hard to find. They're fairly well camouflaged. They stay in the grasses, and it can be hard to see them. So it's, for me anyway, it's rewarding whenever I happen to find one. Just saw another black tern, by the way. The area to our right is also pretty good, territory for them. There's a great blue heron over there. for all I know, I've driven right by 5 of them, you know. I mean, it happens. And, you know, if that seems like a slow and boring drive through that stretch, I apologize. But again, you know, we're trying to look for birds that are elusive and can be very difficult to see at times. What's above the road? Purple heron. Some areas here are showing me the signs of draining also, obviously. I hear a killdeer, or at least I believe I do. There's an American robin. Black tern. So in some ways it really has been, well, I could say it's been quiet here on a relative basis. And not unexpected, really. You know, upon learning that the pool would be drained, I think some of this has to do with the weather also, but upon learning that the pool was going to be drained, my first thought was that, okay, we'll have some time before it does get, completely drained. And in that time, we're likely to see good numbers of various, birds, especially, the various herons. And that proved to be the case. A couple weeks ago, we were seeing a lot of them. And today, not as many. And I suspect it's just because the hunting is not as good here as it was. But for a week or two, there was a lot of activity. A lot of great blue herons, a lot of great egrets. There was a lot of eagle activity, not so much today. Take the pool as it is today, and we have yet to see an osprey here today, and at least around the main pool anyway. I mean, that doesn't look like it would be very appealing for fishing. Shallow water, and in the few areas where there is water. Elsewhere, water levels are pretty good, in the various pools and waterways and everything. Water levels are they look like they're a little bit high, but again, they're deliberately draining that main pool if you're unfamiliar, and they do so periodically. That's going to do it for Wildlife Drive. Now you might say, well, once the pool is completely drained, will we visit, until they between then and, when it's refilled? I would say yes. It's the pool itself, maybe it'll have very little or no activity, but those other areas just might, and they might be, I think they'll probably continue to be worth looking at. But that's it for Wildlife Drive today. Still reading, supposedly, 48 degrees. Saw a female red-winged blackbird. We're at Shockey Pool, by the way, if you didn't know. Here's a song sparrow. Looks like everybody's kind of sort of, well, not everybody's hunkered down. Got some young here. We're looking at a great blue heron rookery. You can see some chicks in that nest right there. Yellow warper. I believe I just heard a marsh wren. And we're going to move on, I think. Am I hearing I'm not sure if I'm hearing black terns or not. Oh, wait a minute. What do I see in the air? Turkey vultures? Yes, 2 of them, I believe. There's another one here. Just heard a swamp sparrow. Okay, I think we'll move on. It's fairly peaceful. I mean, there's not a lot of activity. We've seen a few young standing and maybe looking to hopefully be fed, but we didn't see any feeding going on. Let's move on. I am hearing a, yes, black tern. And we're going to move on. It's tempting to, climb the tower, not with the equipment, just, especially because it is as windy as it is, but just to take a look. But let's be honest, we haven't seen that much here lately. Actually, for when I say lately, I mean over the last few years. We've, other than the rookery, we haven't. Oh, hold on, let's see in flight. Do see a swan. Just not sure what kind. Come on, get it. Everything's getting caught on everything. Wires, camera straps. You know what? I think I'm going to park. I just want to go on the tower and have a quick look with binoculars and see if there's anything that we really should be looking at. I am doubtful, but I'm going to check anyway. In the meantime, you can listen to the fan, which will keep running for some reason. I'll be right back. it's truly not worth going up there. I think I may have seen the swan in tall grasses. I couldn't even tell if it was a swan or maybe possibly a great egret. And there's really nothing else to look at. So we'll leave it. I don't know if it's because of the way they drained the pool years ago, and now you just have mostly tall grasses, and is there anything on the pool? I don't know. There might be. I'm sure there's something. And who knows? There could be a lot of smaller members of the heron family there, in the grasses, and just not visible to anybody on the tower or anyone in the parking area. That could very well be the case. I'll say this, in terms of our bird watching, if that is the case, if there are the various tree swallows flying over the road, if that's the case and there are the various members of the heron family there, it's not good for us in terms of our bird watching, but it's good for those various species. So, sure, we want to see them, but I would just as soon have them as species be healthy and productive. So, oh well. Again, that's if that's the case anyway. We don't know. I do see a bald eagle in a tree to our right. No surprise. We know there's a nest here in the area. And we looked at it briefly last week. And I see a mourning dove here on the rail to our right. Eagle, we're passing by that eagle now, and we're about to pass the nest as well. And from here, looking up, I don't see anybody, but that doesn't mean anything. We're going to continue on. We didn't have a good look at it last week, really at all. Even if I were to get out of the car and get everything set up, we'd have a hard time, really seeing it well, just because of the way the angles work. I wonder if that osprey nest we just passed is abandoned. It might be. I wonder if something happened. I don't see any activity, and I would expect to still see ospreys there in the nest. It could be they're young there and they're just hunkered down. That's possible. Welcome to East Road. I just saw a tree swallow. I see a robin. And I see, what is that? What is that? Is that a cowbird, I think? Or is it a young starling? I know in my view, at home there have been a lot of European starling young around. I've been hearing them. I think that's it might be a young cow. It might be a cowbird, but I'm not sure. Somehow doesn't look quite like a young starling. There's some pigeons crossing the road, actually, up ahead. I see sandhill crane and colt. Hello, hello, hello. We're going to try to get a look at them right away. Sorry, pigeons. You know, we'll turn around closer or farther away from them. And oh, what do I see in the road? Oh no. Pickup truck is behind us, and I don't know if it's bringing along 2 dogs, but there are 2 dogs on the road now. Hopefully they won't go anywhere near the cranes. Kind of doubt they will, but who knows. All right, let's I can't see the cranes now. I just saw them a moment ago. I wonder if our angle is ruined by the grasses here. One went on one side of the vehicle, the other one on the other side of the vehicle. But they've both moved on. The dogs, that is. And like I said, I saw the sandhill cranes now. This might improve our... I don't know where they are now. I don't see them. But I definitely saw them, and I even had a... Oh, there. Okay. I don't think our view is going to be good. They're in tall grasses. I gotta give you a look with this camera. I saw one colt. I don't, well, at least I don't know if there's still 2 or not. And now we can't see anybody colt-wise. This one was, I think, seated on the ground. Could be wrong. can just see one colt. Oh, it just popped back down. Let's see if we can switch cameras. Stupid wire. Where'd they go? I don't know if they're in view any longer at all. I don't see them any longer. Oh, I do see them. Just saw them. So, again, if you're not familiar, these are sandhill cranes, and last week we saw 4 of them, 2 adults and 2 young. And today we've seen 2 adults and at least 1 young. But you can see there, between us and them, there are some tall grasses making it difficult. Okay, we're going to move on. There are also... Oh, I do see an osprey in the air. Maybe 2 ospreys, actually, by the looks of things. I know. I see some at least 1 robin. Uh-oh. I see a mosquito also. Maybe 2 in the car. I think they're mosquitoes. They're not heavy, and I don't have the racket. Oh. Sorry, morning dove. I was thinking about going to Van Dyne Spoor, but I don't believe we will. I think it might be best for me to head back towards Ithaca. Down there a little bit. A fair amount of activity by the swallows just flying over the water, but not much else going on that I can see. Take a look. So, you know, obviously I'm not a bird, but I would say that for many species, that those water levels seem to be appealing. You know, I mean, sometimes we're here and there's a lot of water, and it looks like, you know, it wouldn't appeal to herons or to shorebirds or to... Okay, just heard a bobolink. Of course, we've got that fan running in the vehicle, and I can't seem to turn it off. So, there's that. Point is, we'll hear the fan. It does turn off after a while once the engine's been shut off, but it shouldn't be running like that, as far as I know. Maybe your engine's overheating. Well, if it is, there's no indication otherwise. I think I saw a duck of some sort just heading towards the water. Of course, the camera strap got caught on something, and I couldn't pull it up, the camera up to use it in time. hear another bobolink. Don't see it, but... Oh, black tern. I think I may have just heard a starling. Song sparrow. Okay, I think we'll take a break now. Just because I think it might be better to get back to Ithaca sooner rather than later. I hear a northern cardinal. So maybe about 5:15, somewhere around there, everybody. $5:15 when we resume somewhere. Okay, it's break time, and we'll see you at about 5:15 in Ithaca. Hopefully I make it. I don't know what's going on with this vehicle. All right, we'll see you in a little while. Bye-bye, everybody. Hello everybody and welcome to the Cornell campus where it is cloudy, maybe a little breezy, and 50 degrees. No, we don't want to hear that. In fact, we don't want to hear anything right now. Come on. Just starting my my search. We're going to be looking for red-tailed hawks. In particular, I have seen a robin or two. And just a moment ago I saw some kind of, it looked like a sparrow of some sort, but I'm not sure what it was. Campus is a lot quieter today than it was a week ago, and certainly more than it was 2 weeks ago. Last week they had their commencement / graduation, so most everybody has left. I think I see, is that a starling? I think so. Maybe not. I see a robin. Robins. Oh, hold on a second. No alert calls or anything. I'll make sure everything's up and running. I guess so. The car is still, if you're wondering, is still doing the, exhibiting the same behavior. I hear a killdeer. You know, I think I mentioned, you know, a killdeer is a type of shorebird, but you don't always see them at the shore. And, you know, to see one here on the Cornell campus is not surprising at all. You see them in a lot of different places where you might not expect them. Okay, you'll see. I'm going to shut off the engine now, and we're going to look up at the nest. I think I can see one of the chicks. And anyway, you'll see that the fan, whatever fan it is, comes back on. I don't know why, but it does. And it is running. Okay, so let's see if we can take a look up here at the nest. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay, so I just checked the chat, and apparently Big Red is not there anywhere on the nest, so she's around somewhere. I know where they are. I know where they are. Hold on. They were not there a little while ago. Nice of them to trust Uncle Ferris with the nest. But we just saw one take off from the clock tower. No idea which. Let's go back up to the nest. Let's see if we can have a look up there. Kind of hunkered down now. So our timing earlier was good. We had a chance to look. Now we just see the top of one of them, top of the head of one of them. And, oh, hold on. No, we still have one, as far as I can tell, on the clock tower. Let's we're gonna take a look there again. 1 second. Oh, nobody's there. Just a moment ago there was somebody there, and now nobody is there. So let's kind of sort of wait and see what's going to happen. Oh, hold on, we've got somebody in the air. And somebody put a tree in the way. Oh, no. This battery's almost dead in this camera. Oh, back in sight. Oops. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There you are. Looks like Big Red, I believe. I'm hearing house sparrows and a robin. Okay. Oh, we've got two. No, wait a minute. Both of Both of them are up there. Unless that's somebody else. I can't operate this way. Unless that was somebody else. Nope, it wasn't. Somebody's going to the to Bradfield, and somebody is there, and I can't stay with them. You know what? I'll bet they're on the throne. Hold on. I just saw somebody head towards there, and I'm guessing it was the throne. Come on. Work with me. Can't tell. Hey, watch it, Robin. Don't tell me nobody's up there. Nope, there's somebody. There is one on the throne, not two. Stop right here. Now I've got to change batteries on the camera. 1 second. How did this wire get like this? Seriously, how on earth? Is it even possible? All right. I could be wrong, but I believe that's Arthur there on the throne. If you're just joining us, we're looking at red-tailed hawks on the Cornell University campus. And I don't know where Big Red is. For all I know, while we were driving and moving, she went back to the nest. Okay, checking the chat room, I see that Big Red is apparently back in the nest. I cannot see the nest from here. Let's drive forward. I don't know if I'll get a line of sight anywhere from here. Almost. Maybe. Hold on. Doesn't mean we'll be able to see her though, even if I can see the nest. I don't know. There she is. Oops. I'm going to move forward just a little bit. Basically, we're threading a needle to get this view of the nest. We're looking right in the right spot between some trees, or between some tree branches. Arthur's still on the on the throne, and we're looking at Big Red on the nest with at least one chick visible. I think I could just see the beak of the other one over on the right, but now out of view. We do have a little bit of heat shimmer at work. We're going to head out to Sapsucker Woods soon enough, but this is, this is a bit of an education. And I say that it's an education for me because if I can remember to if I can keep this one in mind, this is a potential viewing location. Maybe the angles are just a little bit better here, and allow us, as long as the tree branches don't grow too much more or anything like that, this might be a spot from which we can see the nest a little bit better at times. And Arthur's still on the throne. Okay, I think we're going to head to Sapsucker unless people object. Well, we'll stay and watch them a little bit longer. We are hearing robins vocalize. I think there's one on Rice Hall. Nope, that's a mourning dove there. Okay, I don't know where the... Oh, I think I see the robin. Right here. No. Is that the one that's vocalizing? No, maybe not. There might be a different one that it is. Could be a different one that's vocalizing. Okay, let's head to Sapsucker Woods. Now, I said, maybe this is a location. Oh, you know what? Well, if the former poultry barns, and then later on, I guess, offices of some sort, they're no longer dead ahead where you're looking, and I don't know if they're going to build something in that spot or not, or maybe put in some kind of greenery or something, so we may not be able to utilize that spot in the future. And there's another issue. Now, today, the semester's over and everything, so it's not a big deal. But ordinarily, like a couple weeks ago, that would have been, filled with cars, that whole area. So it may not be possible to really use it. Maybe park the car and get out and look from there, maybe. I don't know. We can look up briefly from here, but you can see we're at a different angle now. You can't see one of the O's. But that other angle back there was better. Bye, O's. Bye, Big Red. Bye, Arthur. he's no longer on the throne. So we may see him again. It's good to see everybody anyway, that's for certain. Bet you haven't heard this one in a while. Something in the air, probably a turkey vulture. Canada geese on the lawn to our left. Hey, Robin.
you could not measure. Wait for him, the same place every year, beneath the sheltering sky, across the desert he would fly, in the Sahara with you, in the Sahara with you, in the Sahara with you, in the Sahara with you. Still full of sand. Tea in the Sahara with you. Tea in the Sahara with you. Tea in the Sahara with you. Tea in the Sahara with you.
Bet you haven't heard that one yet in a while either. See some, I think they were starlings, but I'm not sure. See a robin? Another robin, and utility lines, a couple mourning doves, maybe be about to get amorous. That was Java Buzz by Mike Dowling and Pat Donahue. And on the ground I see a starling to our left. And welcome to Sapsucker Woods. It's 49 degrees. It looks like a little breezy at least. We're going to do our best to take a walk. I'll need to do some reconfiguration. So it'll be a bit before we're actually ready to walk. I'm going to leave the car running so I don't have to hear that fan. I won't hear it until I shut off the engine. Then I'll hear it as we're walking away. Or something. Now, you know what? I don't want to park here. Number of starlings over on the ground to our right. I think this parking area looks reasonably safe, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Geese. Okay, let's see if we can tend to things. Oh, I knew that would happen. That. Didn't sound like I was doing something, but I was. Probably should listen to some music while we've got the engine running. What do you think? Better than listening to me anyway. What do we have? Yeah, we'll try this. Ready? Switch cameras. moment, I'm going to try to change batteries. Really like that piano at the end. That was Blank and Jones with the song Good. And we are about to get out of the car. Thank you for your patience. I'm losing mine. Alright, I think we're about almost ready. Almost ready. No idea what kind of a walk we're going to have. Okay, oh, it's down to 48 degrees now. So on the cooler side, and it's definitely damp. And we'll see how things go. We'll see. I really wish I could just push a button and have everything automatically converted, but it doesn't work that way. Sorry. Alright, I should be with you shortly. There's a robin singing. Well, I do see a Canada goose. Near the parking lot. So far, just one goose. Oh, no, take it back. I see a gosling. Oh, I see a few goslings. More the merrier. I heard a red-winged blackbird. Oh, there's a fan running. I think I just heard a swamp sparrow. And a northern cardinal. This will be the first time you're outside when that fan is running. so you'll be able to hear it. Sounds like something running at full blast. So you can understand my concern. Sometimes you hope it's just some one-time thing and it fixes itself, but it's been running since I arrived in Montana. So it's going to have to be looked at, I'm sure. Heard a song sparrow. I'm feeling I'm going to be overdressed. Song sparrow again. Okay. What's going on with this thing? I just heard a starling. Hold on, this isn't working right. Oh, wait a minute. That's better. Never mind. Don't know where that robin is that's singing. Oh, yes I do. I think I do. Hold on, what am I hearing? Is that an osprey? I'm going to let it go. So that was an osprey. We do see them here sometimes, but I heard it first, and then I've got to adjust my tripod a bit. And then, hold on a second. Okay, just make an adjustment here. If I can. No, I can't make it. I'll have to live with it. All right. So anyway, let's continue. The osprey was calling, and I assume it was calling to another osprey or something. So I don't know. I don't know if we might have seen one in the air before this season. We were seeing them fairly regularly last year, and then we stopped seeing them, and we really didn't see them anymore for the rest of the year. And I've been wondering if we would, maybe see them again a little bit, or not, or what. Geese over here. They've been through here. I wonder if that's true. The thing is, you have to watch not only where they go, but if someone goes where they go and then walks to where we go, uh-oh. In other words, it can be, spread around. see a cardinal and a couple cardinals actually on the ground in the feeding garden, male and female. And let's see if I can get one of them or both. Come on, come on, come on. Male and female. Oh, wait a minute. Female or immature? I don't know. That is a female red-winged blackbird there. We're hearing a mourning dove, by the way. That sounded like a woodpecker. I'm not sure if it was a downy or a hairy. Or maybe something else, I don't know. Red squirrel. Mourning dove there, common grackle. Is that a downy or a hairy? That might be, I think it's a downy. I don't know. That's a downy. You know, so the other was, I think the other was a hairy. This is a downy woodpecker, and red-winged blackbird, and I can only see so much from here. So we've seen a hairy, a downy. Haven't seen anybody else, woodpecker-wise, that is. Back to a female cardinal. And we're going to move on. Oh, wait a minute. Who's this? Female red-winged blackbird. There she goes. That's a robin you just heard. Gray catbird. Not this. This is a female red-winged blackbird, but I heard a gray catbird. There it is again. Oh, blue jay. Okay, let's move on. Oh, hold on. See if the other returns. Maybe not. Okay, I'm going to leave you on the scope. Another woodpecker just flew overhead. I don't know what it was. I don't believe it was a hairy or a downy, though. Definitely not a downy. I should show you what this is. Beautiful, really. Lush and green. I would say if you look there, you don't see a lot of logs, fallen trees above the water. So water levels are still high, relatively anyway. I believe that's a starling. May not have been a starling. I don't know. I'm just looking around right now. I'm going to point you here. I'm going to look around with binoculars a bit. Something that's familiar, but I'm not sure what it is. No herons or ducks or other geese in view. So we're going to probably get to the trails very shortly. And I'm going to put my light gloves on. It's a little cool. I don't know if they're going to be warm enough actually, but that's what I have. A lot of grackle and or red-winged blackbird activity, just flying around this area, but not much else. We're hearing those woodpeckers on occasion. Wouldn't mind seeing them together if they're interacting, but hear a mourning dove singing. Trails are wet, unsurprisingly. See, things have really greened up. You know, now there's that much more ground cover in some areas. Now, I'm sure we'll get to other areas, and this area often has a lot of fresh green ground cover. There are other areas that, you know, you don't see much, and I think it's a matter of, that's a red-bellied woodpecker we're hearing. It sounds like it might be across the road. Song sparrow. Somebody's up there. Who's that? I don't know. Hold on, let me just raise things here. Morning dove? That's my guess. Looks like it. Might even be the one who's singing. Hold on a second. Oh, come back here, whoever that was. I'm hearing a tufted titmouse in the distance somewhere. May also be on the other side of the road, I'm not sure. Okay, let's keep walking. Swamp sparrow. I believe I just heard a common yellowthroat. Swamp sparrow again. I feel a few sprinkles in the air, so I'm concerned. moving. Just heard an American crow. Common yellowthroat again. There's the yellowthroat again. It sounds like it's over in that area somewhere, but beyond our view. Woods are kind of quiet. Well, you know, I shouldn't say that. I don't know that yet. We often are in this area without many vocalizations. I might be hearing an eastern wood pewee. Oh, I just heard a great crested flycatcher. There it is again. And again. I think I might be hearing a veery. Yes, a veery singing. There's the great crested flycatcher again. We've seen them on occasion, great crested flycatchers that is, but usually they're up higher in the canopy. Sometimes they've
come within view. I believe I just heard an American goldfinch. And I'm reasonably certain about the eastern wood pewee. Just heard the veery again, but an alert call. And now a song. None of what I'm hearing is particularly close to us. We're just walking this way a little bit, just to see if we might catch a glimpse of somebody. You never know. Northern cardinal. Okay, I think we'll turn around. American crow. It's really always a pleasure to take a walk here. You never know what you're going to see. And I realized, we skipped Van Dyne's Spoor last week and this week, and in thinking about it, I had my reasons today. I just thought it might be better to make our way here. But in thinking about it, even last week, when deciding whether or not to go, I thought, well, we haven't seen that much, there, and my thought would be, would center on the more open area. That was a common grackle. And, grackle again. I was wrong to, well, I forgot about the area that leads to that, the marsh area, and how the woods often have a lot to see and hear, well, especially to hear. And we've been, we had been going there. Wait, hold on. Veery. I thought I might have heard a sapsucker. Anyway, we've been, our trips this year so far to Van Dyne Spoor have been essentially with that wooded area not really grown in yet. So we're hearing the veery. It does sound like an alert call. Is it seeing somebody? Let's go see if we can maybe find out. See how there's not much ground cover here? Different sort of habitat, really. Oh, I think I heard an ovenbird. It may not be alert calls, maybe something else. There's the song. That was an ovenbird. I think we have two veeries over in that direction. Ovenbird there too. So we've heard at least a couple ovenbirds, and I'd say we've heard 2 or 3 veeries. I'm not getting the sense that there's a raptor around that would be bothering them. I'm not hearing anything else. Doesn't sound like a sustained alert call. We'll walk this way a little further. I might be hearing a red-eyed vireo. And a tufted titmouse. I see a robin there on the ground. Maybe a couple different red-eyed vireos. I think 2. Alright, we're going to turn around, I think, and head back towards the Wilson Trail. Veery singing again, a little bit. Yeah, not very close, but there's Veery somewhere in that direction singing. It almost sounds like a spiral. There it is again. Haven't heard a wood thrush yet today here. I just heard the ovenbird again. One thing I've come to realize is, let me just set you down for a moment. You know, we've seen barred owls before, but you really, you might find them at, you know, not just near the tops of the trees, but sometimes quite a bit lower. So you never know. But we've seen them both, you know, pretty high up in the trees and down, you know, a little bit closer to eye level. And the one we saw last week was probably, you know, a little bit, or at least it seemed, a little bit closer to eye level. You never know. If I were to walk to where it was, I might have to look up to it, you know, just where it was in that tree. But Over here. I think I heard the peewee again. Yes, hearing a yellow-bellied sapsucker. Now hearing some red-winged blackbirds. Sound like they're closer to the pond. I'm not sure if I heard something. That sounded like a northern flicker. Another type of woodpecker. So we've seen or heard hairy, downy, red-bellied, northern flicker, and yellow-bellied sapsucker. And we just heard now again a great crested flycatcher. Now, I wouldn't mind hearing or seeing a pileated woodpecker. Hello. Yeah, I'm hearing something. I'm not sure if it's just quiet or if it's closer to the pond and really out of my view. Veery again, calling out on, it sounds like an alert, I don't know. So we haven't seen too much here in the woods, but we've been hearing a fair amount actually. In my mind, I'm yelling, "Come on, owls, where are you?" Bird again. Oh, that's a red-bellied woodpecker. Was that a gray catbird I heard? I believe so. Ovenbird again. Northern flicker. Right-winged blackbirds now. I don't know who that might have been. Woodpecker, though. Northern flicker again. So there's an ovenbird maybe nearby, maybe, and a veery singing in the distance somewhere in that way. Oh, I'm sorry, it's been darkening. I'd love to see the ovenbird if possible. But I really need for it to call or to be near us and move for me to see it, I think. If you can see the ground, things could blend into that very easily. And it doesn't sound like the ovenbird's that close. The ovenbird looks actually a lot like a wood thrush, actually, but it is actually a warbler. I am hearing an eastern wood pewee. Alright, we're going to go back to the Wilson Trail, I think. I was just hoping we would have a little luck and see something like an ovenbird or something. There's the ovenbird again. Like I said, it didn't sound like it was all that, very close to the trail. I've always liked this area. The trees are fairly straight, and there aren't too many branches here at ground level. And it's just, it's just a different look. Not necessarily the best place for bird watching, but it's just, another one of the many different types of habitats, really, here at Sapsucker. This looks like a mosquito breeding ground in the future, if not already. Northern cardinal singing. I might have just heard, I don't know, was that a yellow warbler or was that I sometimes have a hard time between yellow warbler and American redstart. Hearing a robin also. There's a gray catbird in there somewhere. Somewhere over there, I believe that I just heard a swamp sparrow. but nothing in view that's obvious anyway. Let me look with binoculars quickly. No. It's interesting how some species of birds you would assume would be here also are not. I know when in the past few years, for instance, a marsh wren was in the area, it was considered rare. I don't believe I've ever heard a marsh wren here, but you know, is this enough habitat for them? I don't know, maybe not, but you'd think there might be some around, but no. That's the catbird again. That's the yellow warbler. Song sparrow. Ooh. That's not good. I can't do anything for it, but at least it's off the ground. And maybe it was just too wet for some reason and just needs a little bit of a hand to dry off. I don't know. while you're looking at the butterfly, I'm going to look around. We're hearing a common yellow throat. I'm really not seeing anything out there, bird-wise. I'm hoping that this butterfly just needs to dry off and everything. I don't know. I found it was upside down on the floor here of the deck, and I tried to carefully lift it up to where it is now. It's on the bench, and hopefully it'll dry off and maybe be able to fly. At the very least, I mean, unless someone comes and sits right there, at least it'll be, it won't be stepped upon. So at least there's that. Anyway, like I said, there's really not much, nothing going on here, really. Oh, who's that? Looks like an eastern kingbird there. Okay. Okay, we'll keep going. We'll wish that butterfly well. Hope it makes it. If not, I hope, well, I don't know if birds eat them or not, but I'll say this. Its wings are together, so, maybe it's doing a little better. I don't know. But it didn't look too good upside down on the wet deck. At least, damp. So it was not going to dry out there. Good luck. It was not going to dry out there. Not without like a major change in the weather and sunshine right on it. And that's not going to happen today. Even if the clouds were to clear and everything, it wouldn't happen today. It's too late in the day for that. I didn't, when with the butterfly, I didn't dare try to pick it up with my hand. You know, my fingers would have almost certainly damaged it, so that's why I took those leaves that were handy and just tried to, you know, get underneath it somehow, and somehow that happened. So we'll see. Well, we won't see, but like I said, we can hope. You have to, you know, you have to do that sometimes. When it comes to, you know, an insect, it's going to be delicate, and you know, if you want to help one, then you know you have to just be very careful, and sometimes you have to think about exactly what you want to do before you potentially cause more damage. What am I hearing? Am I hearing an oriole, or is that a rose-breasted grosbeak? I'm guessing oriole. I think I'll try to have Merlin listen and see what happens. Oh, you know, well, I don't know. Hold on. Come on, phone, where are you? Song sparrow. Swamp sparrow. Yes, Baltimore oriole. Blue jay, red-winged blackbird. It's saying common yellowthroat too. Oh, you know, maybe it's that chip note. Yeah. Possibly over there. I don't see anything, but it would make sense. Hold on, let me get my glove back on. No sign of movement. No singing either. It would help if it would sing. Oh, I hear that again. I've, again, this season spent a fair amount of time looking for common yellowthroats. There's been one that's in my area and singing and always out of view. Alright, we're going to move on. You hear that rattle in the disc. I don't know if you could hear it or not, but that was also a Baltimore Oriole. So far, we've seen no, and I'm not saying I would expect to see any, but no ducks here today. The only Canada geese we saw were the family. With their young goslings that, are not yet able to fly. No herons. Was that a yellow? Wait, what was that? Was that yellow warbler? I think so. Oh, I'm not so sure. Hold on, let me get my one out again. Oh, yeah, it is yellow warbler. Okay. Thought so. I hear that. That sounds, I believe, like a yellow-bellied sapsucker. We're not going back for it, but hoping to see the yellow warbler. I mean, it sounds like it's in that area there. It might be closer to the water, though. That's the problem. I don't see it. All right, let's keep going. Well, I think I do see a Canada goose out there. Just one by itself by the looks of it. So while you're looking at the Canada goose, I'll look around a bit. that? Oh, I missed it, whatever it was. Seemed to have a relatively slow wing beat, and it seemed to be of reasonable size. I don't know what it was. It's a robin there, but that wasn't it. I wonder what it was. I mean, it may have been a crow, it could have been a green heron. I don't know what it was. Missed it. That's all I know. Just waiting to see if maybe it comes back, or just a northern flicker again. Hearing a tufted titmouse or two. Blackbirds, the yellow warbler continues to sing. Oops, sorry. Let's keep going then, I guess. The Canada geese, just a reminder, today's the 31st of May, and, in June, at least the ones around here, and in my own area, they go through molt, and so we may not be seeing much of them, other than the family. Here anyway, and in Montezuma we'll probably still see them around. Gray catbird. But like for me, I'm used to looking out first thing in the morning and seeing some geese somewhere, and that's likely to end for a while they're, because they won't. The grass is good, the grazing's good for them, but the problem is, normally, when their feathers are, when they're not molting, they might graze in the area and then they leave, probably going to a body of water nearby. But they fly away to do that. And during the molt, they just don't do that. So they maybe stay around there. They certainly don't come within my view. So I'll be, for a few weeks without seeing Canada geese. And also, if you watch the video I put out this week of Snowball and the Flurries, the skunks. At one point, looking at the Canada geese, there was a gosling there. And I believe it was the last of 4. And I haven't seen that gosling in days. So I suspect that that one has perished also. That's my suspicion. I don't have any confirmation. It could be they've just finally walked elsewhere and stayed elsewhere, but just with their patterns, they've been, in my view for weeks. So, hearing a robin sing, yellow warbler, red-winged blackbird, frog, yellow warbler. How is there goose poop there? Did they come all the way here? Or did someone track it here? Anyway, there's not anything going on here that I can see right off the bat. Alright, we'll keep going. So far, no herons of any kind. As for the main pond, with water levels high, maybe it's not so great for green herons, although there might be some areas where there's vegetation and they can be, right at the edge of some water. So I'm not going to say it's definitely not going to be of use. But, so, who knows? But what's that? Rabbit, I think. Hold on a second. Is it safe to put my tripod down? Over there, there's a rabbit, and that's it. Just a rabbit. Okay. Yellow warbler. Oh, a mink! I saw a mink run through. And now the rabbit there's the rabbit. The mink ran in the other direction. Will it come within view? I don't know. But it seemed to go in these grasses over here. Here's the mowed trail over here. The rabbit is still within view. But I saw a mink quickly bound across the trail, or across the pathway, whatever it is. What I'm wondering is if maybe it'll go, if it will go to the water and then come within view. I wouldn't mind seeing it. No sign of it, but. We'll just wait here a few moments and see if it happens to show up. I'm not counting on it, but you never know. We won't wait long, don't worry, I'm not gonna... Well, the rabbit's back in better view, right there, well, kind of. Well, we'll keep going, I guess. Wait a second. No, okay. Watch. We'll start walking and then it'll somehow be in view again. We've seen mink here, here at Sapsucker before, but we rarely, in fact, essentially never have had a really good, long look at a mink. If they're in view, it's only briefly. Hearing a starling. Whoa, someone just flew by. Who was that? Oh, could have had it in view and then it just popped up through it. Oh, something yellow just flew through. I think it was yellow or maybe orange. It might have been an oriole or something. I don't know. And it's out of view. Catbird nearby. It just took off. So first, almost looked like a bird was underneath us, so maybe it flew underneath the boardwalk. And then another bird flew through a few moments later, and it had some color on it. And I don't know if it was an oriole. That's my best guess, I guess. Anyway, but they both flew, and I don't know if they were, interacting, but they both flew in that area there now and quickly out of view. Song sparrow, and somewhere over there there's a robin singing. Mourning dove singing. Song sparrow. And I hear an eastern phoebe. Oh, who's that on the ground? A couple robins over here. Stay away from the roads, you. That rattle is a Baltimore Oriole. Well, I was going to walk through there, but we've got, on one side, we have the song sparrow I don't really want to disturb, and on the other side we have the robins I don't really want to disturb. So unless somebody leaves on their own, which they might do. Well, we can try to walk back. Maybe we'll see the eastern phoebe. Phoebe. Not sure where it is, but I hear it. Well, I think we can walk this way now. Looks like the song sparrow has moved somewhere. Maybe over to where the robins are. It just took off, and now one robin took off. geese have been here, is no place safe. I wanted to walk this way because, you know, there's a secondary pond here, and, you know, you never know. You know, we drive by it and can only see so well. It's surrounded by tall vegetation, thick vegetation, so it's not easy to see in there at all. But oh, we're not going to be able to see from here either, are we? Not really. Not really. Oh well. It's all tall reeds. Wind is picking up a bit. Hold on a second. Yellowthroat. So, no herons. We have not heard, for instance, or seen a belted kingfisher. So nobody here going after any fish. We may not walk all the way around again, but we're going to head back into the woods. That's a common yellowthroat we're hearing. There it is again. Morning dove. Song sparrow. Swamp sparrow. Veery? Did I hear Veery? Yes, very. Love to see it. Last week we saw a wood thrush, but we were lucky enough in that it continued to sing. I might be hearing a pileated woodpecker, and the veery is vocalizing again. Oh, do I see it? I did see it. I saw something. Yeah, I did see it. I don't know where it is. And that's the song. See, it sounds almost like a spiral or a circle. But to me, they seem like they're farther away, the one or two. I saw it briefly, or at least I thought I did. I definitely saw a bird, but I don't know if it was, don't know with certainty that it was the veery. And like I said, it sounds like it's farther away now. Okay, we'll continue. Oh, I'm hearing another. Wait a second. I'm hearing a song again. They sound even farther away. Okay, well, not this time, I guess. flycatcher. Yep, barred owl. I see it. I see it. I see it. It's close. I think. Unless I'm mistaken. And could there be a second one, or is it just this one? Hello. It took off. Where'd it go? I was looking away. Where'd it go? I have no idea where it is. It took off very silently. I did not, and I didn't see it, so I have no idea where it went. I was looking down at my phone, typing in to the chat room, and then I heard one last vocalization, which I did not get to see, and and now I don't know where it is. And quite honestly, I wasn't even really looking at it, and not because I wasn't interested, but because I didn't want to look at it because it knew I was here. And I didn't want to, I did not want to be behind the camera. I hear a veery again. I hope we can see it again. I'd love to. Okay, it's nearby. I see it. I do see it. It's like, oh, look at me. I'm up here. Okay, still in flight, and I might know where it is. I'm not sure. Cannot see it with the naked eye. It's pileated woodpecker. I'm not sure. I can't seem to find it with binoculars either. I can't see it. I don't know where it is. But I have it, you know, I just happen to have it in the line of sight for my scope. Oh, I see it. Now, could we get a better view? I don't know. Maybe not. So I'm not in a hurry to move. Now, if another owl starts to call, that might be a different matter. And I'm hearing a veery behind us somewhere, and, well, and to our left and behind us, kind of, and it's singing. It's not no alert, and no one seems to be calling. No one seems to be calling an alert because of the owl. I take that back. I am hearing one veery, and I don't know if it's because of the owl or not. Again, we're looking at a barred owl. It is tempting to maybe try to walk and get closer, but I don't know if that's going to happen. So, since we can see it, I'm content to continue seeing it. And just adjust things just a little bit. The singing veery seems to be a little closer, maybe. That branch is moving just a little bit. I just heard a wood thrush. At least I believe so. don't see it. Lost track of it completely. Let's hope we get some help with vocalizations and other things, maybe either alerts or the owl itself. The owl itself is what had me realizing that it was present. You know, I was going to walk that way, but it flew that away, so maybe this is a bad idea. I don't know. Nobody's calling an alert right now, and I wonder if I'm just getting farther from it. Now, some of you may have, barred owls, in that you see all the time. I don't. So, for me, it's a special thing. So that's why I'm, trying to see if we can. I'd love to see this one again, or a second one, or interactions between two. That would be great. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that's what I would love to see. Veer. Now I'm looking up with the naked eye as I walk, and it's dark. I mean, let's face it. Or I should say, the tree trunks are relatively dark, and so are the owls. So if there's one on, right next to a tree trunk, if it's on a branch and right next to the trunk, it's hard to see. If it's out a ways from the tree trunk, then it might be more readily visible if I happen to see the silhouette and that shape that I'm looking for. That's a veery singing. Very alert. I assume that's a veery. I've got Merlin running. It's saying it's hearing a bird, but it hasn't identified it yet. Oh, forget it. Okay, well, we'll head back, I think, to the Wilson Trail. The reason why we're back here in the woods a second time, really, is because of the potential to see and or hear an owl. So I'm happy that we got to see that barred owl. Love to see it again, or see two of them, or whatever. The first vocalizations we heard today they seemed more distant, but I think it was just being relatively quiet. It was not a high volume call at first, or just a partial vocalization. It was more quiet than their full volume, and so at first it seemed like it was distant. And then when as I approached it, as I came closer, there were aspects of it. It's the direction, everything. It seemed a little bit louder, and the angle had changed dramatically. So all of a sudden, I'm looking up, and there it was. As I said, I wouldn't mind seeing it again. I really do enjoy seeing barred owls, or any owls, or quite honestly, you give me a good look at just about any bird, and I enjoy it. But I especially, I like to see them in a natural habitat, and this is a natural habitat, and so it was just nice to see it preening and everything. So often when we have seen, not that we've seen them, thousands of times, but when we've seen barred owls, very often they're just, just pretty much sitting there on a branch or something and resting. They're not even preening. And this one was active. maybe not actively hunting just yet, but it was definitely going from one location to another, and did some preening. We'll probably turn around. I'm not going to walk all the way through again. You know, you can hear the red-winged blackbirds. They continue to vocalize. I mean, it's not yet dark, and if you look up at the sky, it looks very bright. But here at ground level, it is fairly dark, and I am lightening things up anyway, just for your benefit, really. Last week when we found an owl, you know, the clue was, or the clues were alert calls from veeries, wood thrushes, robins, and today it was again the owl itself. You often hear about how owls can fly quietly, and I don't recall specifically if I've heard that about barred owls, but you know, that first time it took off without my, you know, I wasn't looking and I didn't hear a thing. Now, if a red-tailed hawk had been there instead, and if it had taken off, would I have heard that? Maybe not. They can be pretty quiet too. But I believe I've heard with red-tailed hawks, I may have heard like just the wind going through their feathers, if they've been close enough. I think I am hearing a veery alert call again. things are getting quieter, I would say. Oops, that was my tripod. Not a bird. Alright, I think we'll start heading back. Come on, owls, we're here. Now, I dare say it's darker here within the woods than it will be if we were to very quickly step outside of them. But it's getting dark everywhere, not just here in the woods. I was hoping we'd see more on the pond. I was hoping we would see a heron or two. And I'd say in many ways it has been a relatively quiet day. Considering the weather hasn't really been, too bad. And, there's always the possibility because of rain. And the forecast really didn't look like it was rain all day. And it turned out that way also. It was raining earlier in the day a bit. And, but, so far, we really have had essentially no issue with rain ourselves. Very little. A few sprinkles, nothing major. But, when you see rain, like at least the forecast I check, oh, it's going to rain, it looks like rain all day, and this and that. Just by the photo they include, or the icon they include, you might just assume, oh, maybe we shouldn't have the tour at all. But I'm glad I checked the weather myself, the weather map, the radar, and it looked like things would ease up, and they did well enough. Well, you know what? It did rain at the very beginning of the tour, that's right, now that I think about it. But within a few minutes it eased up. Did I just hear a yellow-bellied sapsucker? I think so. Oh no, that's a catbird. Yeah, that's a gray catbird. see it's already getting lighter as I come to this area outside of the woods, or outside of the deep woods, I should say. Maybe I should have walked all the way back to the Sherwood platform to see if that butterfly was still there. But I don't think I'm going to do that. Too late now. We've walked too far away. We've seen a few things that have been, interesting or mysterious or whatever today. Certainly loved watching the barred owl. But even just like we saw earlier, that egg that was in the, near the, what's known as the Eaton, it was in the Eaton Marsh. Just an egg seemingly in the middle of nowhere, not on a nest or anything. How did it get there? Why was it there? A fairly large egg. I mean, not as small as, let's say, a robin's egg or something like that. I wonder whose egg that was. Just things like that. Hold on a second. Check my wires here. One of my wires may have just been damaged. Got caught on something. Hope not. It's definitely, in terms of people, it's been quiet here. I did see two other people walking around, and I've seen them here before. Other than that, I've seen nobody. I believe it was last week when we were here. Yes, it was. A number of Canada geese flew in late. And there's still time for that, I would say. Again, I'm lightening things up quite a bit. So I would say it's not quite this bright. Swamp sparrow. Just heard it. You know, we have not seen, or at least I haven't seen, I don't know, maybe they were out earlier in the day. I couldn't say, but like I haven't seen any turtles, for instance. Neither, neither snapping turtles or the eastern painted turtles, nothing. And I don't know if I saw one today anywhere. And I wonder if that's the factor is maybe the cold. Never hurts to look around. You never know. There might be a green heron or something like that around, so that's why I'm looking. Just set you here for a moment. I don't know if it's worth waiting to see if geese show up. We did see one adult goose by itself earlier in the pond. Since we walked away, I haven't seen it from here. Like when we came back through here, before we headed back into the woods a second time, I couldn't see it from here, and I don't see it now. And, I wonder, for instance, where's the family, the adults with goslings, where did they end up for the night? And maybe we should, call it a day. I don't know if we're going to see anything else. I'm hearing a few frogs. We'll wait a few more minutes. If the geese show up, great. If they don't, well, then we'll call it a day. As always, it's been a pleasure to do this. As I've said before, you know, I enjoy watching the birds and seeing the birds and taking photos or videos or whatever. And, you know, before the tour, I would share, you know, I'd put photos on Flickr maybe, or that was it. I was taking still photos. I wasn't really doing video. And, but this, to be able to share, you know, what I see in real time is, it's just wonderful. And certainly nothing I ever expected to do on a regular basis. Even, I wasn't sure that I would be doing it on a regular basis even after I had first started doing it. I thought maybe every once in a while or something. And now I almost never take still photos, and it's, you know, I could. I mean, for the tour, yeah, sure, we do video, but there are other times when I go bird watching, you know, if I'm taking a walk on a given weeknight or something like that, I could take still photos, but I don't. I do video. Now, earlier in the spring, late winter, early spring, if the pond was free of ice, we might have seen some ducks. Maybe you know, a species that's kind of traveling through or whatever. Might expect to see them. Today, nothing. No, not a single duck. You know, here at Sapsucker that we've seen. Now, some of that is, you know, it's the time of year. You know, the migrating ducks have already migrated. They've already passed through. But there are other ducks that we might expect to see, you know, that do breed in the area. Mallards, wood ducks. I've already seen one mallard that did seem to be already losing its breeding plumage and maybe moving on to its eclipse plumage. And it still had it was a male, still had a green head, but it didn't look quite as you know, bright green and shiny as it would. I think it is time to pack up and head home. while there is still time for some geese to come in, I don't know if it's going to happen. I think I will pack up. Everyone, I want to thank you for joining me. This has been, enjoyable for me anyway. Especially enjoyed seeing the barred owl with you. But we're running out of light, and it's quiet here at Sapsucker Woods. So I think it's time for me to head home. I want to wish you all very well. I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the evening and have a great week. Take care, everybody.